I'm happy to welcome all the participants of our today's conference. The State Museum of the History of St. Petersburg today opens the conference that is dedicated to a very important theme. The welcoming address will be pronounced by our conference preserving the heritage, science and technologies of the conservation and study of Peter's heritage and monuments of the 18th century, Deputy Director on the main activities, Vorobyeva Zhanna Vladimirovna. Good morning, dear colleagues. Distinguished General Consul of France, Pascal Slimansky, dear members of the Program Committee, dear participants of the conference. On behalf of the General Director of the State Museum of the History of St. Petersburg, Vladimir Vladimirovich Kirillov, I'm happy to welcome you at the International Scientific and Practical Conference, Issues of Preservation of the Heritage, Science and Technology, Matters of Studying and Conservation of Petrine Heritage and Historical Monuments of the 18th Century. Cultural heritage of any people is a capital that is of great value. Any losses will reflect all the spheres of life of the present and future generations. They will lead to the gaps in the historical memory and spiritual impoverishment of the society in general. The State Museum of the History of St. Petersburg is one of the largest historical museums in the Russian Federation. Its stocks account for millions of exhibits that reflect the history of the city on the Neva from the time of its foundation till our days. St. Petersburg is a unique town and is a unique monument that mainly preserves the historical center and the splendor of our suburb ensembles. A high degree of preservation and authenticity of the historical areas of the city was the basis for inscription of the historical center of St. Petersburg on the list of the World Heritage of UNESCO. Conservation of the historical memory and development of Enlightenment activities in the sphere of history is the task of the public importance, not only for Russia. A modern integrated approach to conservation and studies of the monuments of cultural heritage involves a joint work of the experts from different fields of scientific knowledge, historians, archaeologists, architects, sciences, sociologists, chemists, physicists, and biologists. Today, on the eve of celebration, the 350th anniversary of the birth of Peter the Great, under the conference, we offer to discuss the issues related with conservation, studies, and management of cultural monuments, the heritage of Petrine epoch. Due to the modern technology that expands the borders of communication, today we can get acquainted with the experience of our foreign colleagues in the field of conservation and studies of the monuments of the 18th century. We would like to thank our French colleagues for the active participation and preparation of the conference. The relations between Russia and France have a long-term history and are based on friendship, mutual respect, cultural and spiritual proximity of the peoples of our countries. The construction of St. Petersburg became a peculiar town planning experiment based on the synthesis of the general European cultural traditions, creative mastering of the new styles for Russia, development decisions and types of buildings. St. Petersburg is called the second Amsterdam, the northern Venice, the new Rome, and Versailles. In the construction of our city, the best architects of the Old World took part, and of course the French architects took one of the leading positions here. We have to recall that the creation of the town planning master plan of St. Petersburg was ordered by Peter the Great to Jean-Baptiste Leblanc in 1710 in Vasilievsky Island. The French craftsmen set up the French district, and the French architect, artists, artisans, and engineers made a tremendous contribution to the construction and strengthening of our city. The names of the French architects are inscribed by golden letters into the history of our city. For several centuries, the building of the stock exchange in Vasilievsky Island, St. Isaac's Cathedral, and the Bronze Horseman are the main sites and symbols of St. Petersburg. The culture is the most important channel of permanent dialogue between our countries and peoples. In 2016, the State Museum of the History of St. Petersburg signed an agreement on cooperation with the Center of National Monuments of France, and we hope that in the course of cooperation we'll carry on the exchange of exhibitions as well as the studies of the architectural and cultural heritage of the two countries. A special thanks should be given to Natalia Pavlovna Kapanyova, who is the chief curator of Peter's Museum Kunstkammer and the head of the program committee of our conference. I hope that the conference will not only give the possibility of mutual communication, but will become an important event preceding numerous celebrations of the forthcoming anniversary in 2022. Thank you. Thank you, Zhana Vladimirovna. The welcoming addresses to our conference will be carried on by General Consul of France in St. Petersburg, Pascal Slivansky. We're grateful to General Consul of France that he has found some time in his dense schedule, and he has come here to celebrate that important event. The conference is a result of cooperation between the Russian and the French scientists, curators of the museums. Thank you. Good morning. Dear organizers, dear participants and guests, I would like to thank you for the possibility to pronounce a welcoming address dedicated to the opening of the conference. France and Russia were lucky because they have an exceptional historical heritage, and I would like to stress it. Therefore, it is quite obvious that the conservation of the heritage has become one of the trends of cooperation between our countries. From 2018, many projects were realized, but the special development of these relations started with the signing by our culture ministers, the memorandum on cooperation in 2018. All this was officially well documented in 2018 when the memorandum was signed. The development of partnership in the sphere of conservation of the heritage thus has become one of the priorities of the activities of France in Russia, particularly in the work that is carried on by the French Institute in Russia and its office in St. Petersburg. And of course, we don't mean that we'll impose a certain model, but we have to supplement the available knowledge by exchanging the experience. And our main task is to promote the exchange of experience, to provide the possibility to those who are dealing with the conservation of the heritage to exchange their views concerning the issues of work with historical heritage. And as you have already mentioned, Mr. Deputy General Director, the cooperation between France and Russia is quite rich in that field, and there are multiple trends of its development. I would like to remind you about 3 of these trends.
Первое – это программы обмена волонтерами.
C'est un thème qui est d'ailleurs très cher au dialogue de Trianon.
Это тема, которая особо волнует платформу Трианонского диалога.
Je peux citer que, par exemple, depuis 2016, l'association française Rempart organise des actions de volontariat pour la restauration du patrimoine avec ses partenaires en Russie, en particulier l'association VOPIC, qui est une société russe de protection des monuments historiques et culturels.
Я хочу отметить, что с 2016 года ассоциация «Рампар» организует программы волонтерских проектов в области сохранения наследия в сотрудничестве со своими российскими партнерами, а именно Всероссийским обществом охраны памятников истории и культуры.
Ainsi, depuis cette date, des jeunes Français se déplacent sur des chantiers russes et inversement, des jeunes Russes se déplacent sur des jeunes volontaires russes viennent sur le sol français pour restaurer le patrimoine historique.
С 2016 года французские волонтеры приезжают на российские проекты и наоборот, российские волонтеры отправляются на французскую землю для реставрации памятников исторического наследия.
Unfortunately, due to the sanitary crisis, these interrelations have been discontinued, but we hope that soon it will come to an end and our young people will meet again and act together for preservation of our history. The second trend is cooperation between the schools and educational institutions. Among the existing projects, I would like to note the cooperation between the architectural school, schools that offers the program of refresher skills for architects and urbanists, and the Chaillot School in France. This cooperation allows the French teachers to share their experience and knowledge with the students of Riche School, particularly under the project in Kronstadt district. And the third trend, which is no less important, is the cooperation in the sphere of scientific research. For several years, the Russian Museum, the St. Petersburg State University, Itmo University Institute of Archaeology for the Russian Party, and for the French party, the Center of Research and Restoration of the Museum of France, Scientific Laboratory of Historical Monuments Fund of Foundation Historical Heritage implements a project of mobile laboratory in scientific research in preservation of historical heritage. And as you know, this project is a possibility to study the objects of cultural heritage in different towns and cities. It is unique. It uses the state-of-the-art technologies. This is also a platform for exchanging the experience of cooperation between and communication between the Russian and French experts. 2021 is the Year of Science and Technology in Russia. It was also called the Year of Ecology, Health and Science, the platform for Trianon dialogue. And in this context, this project of cooperation is of particular importance. These are just several examples of cooperation which show to what extent the potential of that cooperation between our countries is great. And I can assure you that France and its embassy in Moscow and General Consulate at St. Petersburg, similar to the French Institute, are taking their best efforts and will continue to transform that wonderful potential to specific actions that will be beneficial to both countries. And I would like once again taking that opportunity to thank the organizers of the conference and to wish you productive work.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. I would like to thank Yulia for interpreting. And so more addresses to come. On behalf of our museum, I would like to express my special thanks to Koponeva Natalia Pavlovna, who immediately responded and became a member of the program committee and has done quite a lot for the conference to take place. I would like to say that there were to be many more researchers to take part in this conference, researchers who work on the Peter's period of time, but unfortunately COVID made many stay at home. And Natalia Pavlovna recommended a few unique topics, which I hope we will work on in the future, and we will be able to listen to the presentations on the restoration of the Summer Palace, on the sculptures in the Summer Gardens, and our partners so will be able to discuss these stories with us. Now, allow me to invite Natalia Koponeva. You're welcome. Dear colleagues, friends, I would like to thank for the honor to take part in the organization of the conference. The main mission of the conference is to discuss the protection and the conservation of cultural heritage, which is particularly important. That's the heritage of the 18th century and Peter's period of time. Peter's time is not by accident, is mentioned within the walls of the Museum of the History of St. Petersburg and the museum that I represent, the Chamber of Curiosities. We, the museum, associated with Peter the Great, not just by the name. These museums actually emerged in the days of Peter the Great. And now, when we are on the eve of celebrating 350 years of Peter's birth, we believe that these topics are most important for us, important for discussion. Back to the Russian-French relations and the 18th century. In this sense, in the context Voltaire, Diderot is really associated with the French-Russian relations and the story of St. Petersburg in this context. And at the beginning of this conference today, we talked to Michel Menu, and we realized that there is a lot of common things for us to discuss, and they could actually be a start for the new research work, for the new contacts between the museums, between the researchers, studies concerning what the museums have. Once again, thank you very much for the invitation to take part in the conference and to make a presentation at the conference, and I would like to wish all of us great success. Thank you. Natalia Pavlovna, thank you very much. Indeed, we think that this year of Peter's anniversary, we will have a lot of common projects, exhibitions, research projects, and educational projects. Allow me to invite Michel Menu, who is a legendary person for me, because for over 20 years he was the head of the major museum laboratory at the Louvre, the center of restoration work in France. And he is indeed one of the major specialists in the field of technological and scientific research associated with cultural heritage from Paleolite epoch up to the contemporary art, Renaissance, Modigliani, and the French papers used to write that this was the only person who spent a whole night with Gioconda. Now, in his presentation during the second day of the conference, I hope he describes all of that for us. Michel, you're welcome.
Translation is between English and Russian. So I'm very thankful to Anna to take part to this event. As has been said before by Pascal Slimansky, the French consul in St. Petersburg, I'm here inside the third example you mentioned, Pascal, that means research. Since there was a mega grant which was won by the ITMO University, and I am the principal investigator of this mega grant, and is devoted to develop, as the French consul mentioned, Russian mobile laboratory. And so what is a mobile laboratory? It will be explained in two talks. One by my colleague Vincent de Tal, who is in the CITO-RMF, now a senior researcher in the CITO-RMF, who developed mainly optical devices, experiments, in order to know better, to preserve, to conserve, and also to restore works of art. So there are these three dimensions of science applied to art. And so, as it has also been said by the French consuls, this year in Russia is the year of science. It's also the year of a cooperation between France, Russia and France. And so, for these two reasons, I'm very happy to be involved in this venture. It's kind of a venture. So it is interesting to collaborate with this fantastic University of ITMO. I know when I was a student, I was in University of Sorbonne, and there I brought a PhD on application of lasers, and there was Soviet. At this time it was not a Russian colleagues, but a Soviet colleagues who came from Russia. He was a specialist of holography, and I remember that holography was invented by Denisyuk, Professor Denisyuk from ITMO University. So as a background, I'm a physicist, but I spent all my career in the C2 RMF. It will be presented by my colleagues Vincent de Tal in a few minutes. And since now I am retired from this institution, and so I can, of course, explain what's going on this in this center, but I'm not officially able to present it, and it's better maybe that Vincent de Tal should present the C2 RMF first, and then I could explain my vision of science applied to art. And so there are these three dimensions. This how to know better the works of art. That means to know why artists, craftsmen have developed specific technique, applied specific technique in order to prepare, to invent new works of art. So that's what we called in an not a proper word, archaeometry. That means measure of what is ancient. So that's one topic, most important, most interesting, because you may be closer to the moment of the creation of works of art. And so there are many techniques which can be developed in the domain of analytical tool, but also datation methods like carbon-14, thermoluminescence in order to know the datation of ancient ceramics, also dendrochronology to know when the wood, a tree was used for making furniture, but also a wooden panel for paintings, and so and so. So, and there are many other techniques. And now there is also techniques coming from the biochemistry, and that's like DNA studies. And so they are most interesting in this domain of archaeometry. The second domain is also to know, the second direction is to know how preserve, that means what is the conservation state of works of art, and that that was the direction of the main direction of centers like ours. That means it starts always by a collaboration between conservators, curators, restorers, and also scientists. And for that, the same techniques are developed. And nowadays, techniques which are coming mainly from optics, that means techniques of imaging, are developed in order to analyze in a non-destructive way, in a non-invasively way, the works of art. And the third direction may be the conservation proper. And as a physicist, I am sure that in the next years, maybe in the next decade, lasers, for instance, will be an important tool for the conservation and the restoration of works of art. It has been developed in the past years, especially for the cleaning of metal statues, metal sculptures, also sculptures of stone sculptures. But it has not been expanded as it should. For instance, for metallic sculptures, I know a huge collaboration between the XVIII University, Professor Weika, and the Hermitage Museum. And so they have a strong collaboration going for a long time. But it could be developed also for the restoration of glass, as has been mentioned by Natalia, the director of the Kunstkamera, and but also for paintings. How to devarnish paintings, which is an important topic. So for this reason, and it's a development of the mega grant. The mega grant will develop, as it has been mentioned by the contract, Russian mobile laboratory, which will be important for the development, especially, I think, first, for the development of the research laboratory inside the Russian Museum, to enhance the links between the XVIII University and the Russian Museum laboratory, and also to be able to, as it is said, it's a mobile laboratory to analyze and to know better, to conserve better, to preserve better the works of art which are in the small churches in outside St. Petersburg, and we have already in mind to develop that. So to conclude, and before to giving the word to Vincent de Tal to present the C2 RMF, what I would say that it has been said that a memorandum of understanding has been signed already between the State University of St. Petersburg, the Russian Museum, and the Academy of Science in Moscow. That's the Russian part. And for France, the C2RMF, the Center of Research and Restoration of French Museum, the research laboratory of historical monument, and the Fondation des Sciences du Patrimoine, that means Heritage Science Foundation, which is an umbrella in France for merging different institutions which are working inside heritage. There are not only institutions of natural science like the C2RMF or LRMH, which I mentioned. There are several others natural science institutions, but there are also heritage institutions like museums. The Louvre Museum is inside the Fondation des Sciences du Patrimoine. The Museum of Quai Branly, which is Musée du Quai Branly Jacques Chirac, who is a museum devoted of non-European, non-Occidental art. There is also castle, the Versailles Castle. There is also the National Library, which is inside the Foundation of Science, des Sciences du Patrimoine. So for this reason also, I do think that this memorandum of understanding should be enhanced, should be developed, and especially for the Russian part in St. Petersburg. Why not with this museum, the Museum of History of St. Petersburg, of the Kunstkamera, the Hermitage? I think these three institutions should be part of this memorandum of understanding, and of course the ITMO University. And so now I'm proud to be part of a kind of visiting professor of ITMO, and so I will push and I already met the rector of ITMO, and we have found this, we think that it is important feature for the future to enhance and to this memorandum of understanding. And I would like that the French Institute and the French Consulate here in St. Petersburg, together we could find a moment, an appropriate moment next year in order to officially develop this memorandum of understanding. So thank you.
Уважаемые участники, я хочу прокомментировать некоторые моменты, которые сказал Мишель.
Several matters that were outlined by Michel. We organized this conference not only proceeding from the experience of curators and restorers in St. Petersburg, we also took account of the Western colleagues, because they have a well-developed network of interaction between different institutions, not only museums, but different labs. It is important that they have such an institute as a possibility of field trips, which they called mobile laboratory, in order to study Saint-Denis. Certain equipment is sent there. The same is done in Russia. We have wonderful research conducted under the leadership of Alexei Georgievich Shavkin. He will make his presentation today. For instance, basements of Peter and Paul's Cathedral were studied, and the stable department. Our collaboration between the institutions is just incipient. Michel says that between several organizations there is an agreement that can can be expanded as an umbrella encompassing other organizations, and our participants will tell us what is the outcome of them. We are waiting for the connection of two important participants from Paris, but it is only about 10 now in Paris. They're just coming to their offices, and I would like to ask Olga Alexeyevna Smolyanskaya to make some introductory remarks, which represents ITMO and its studies on the cultural heritage, including Peter's the Great heritage. Then we'll make a short break to set up the connection with the French participants. Anna Valerievna, thank you very much for this possibility to take the floor at this wonderful conference hall in this wonderful Museum of the History of St. Petersburg. I will tell you about myself. I work at ITMO. I also graduated from ITMO as a student, and I had postgraduate courses, and I was interested in the use of optics and photonics for different problems. And I'm glad that my parents were also the students of the wonderful ITMO University, so that is our family tradition. And I'm glad that my sister, who is an art scientist, and two branches have been combined. I specialize in optics and photonics, and my sister, my younger sister, is an art historian. I am grateful to Anna Valerievna that 1.5 years ago she gave me a possibility of learning what is a mobile lab in Paris, in Louvre, and I would like to thank Michel Menu, Anna Valerievna, Sergei Vladimirovich, that they decided to submit an application for the contest for mega grants, and we submitted the application not in physics. ITMO for the first time participated in the contest for art history, and we took our best efforts to win the competition. And taking this opportunity, I would like to tell you that this was supported by the Academy of Sciences of France. I had a meeting when I organized a symposium in December in Paris, and I had a meeting at the Academy of France, Academy of Sciences of Florence, where they explained what is a laboratory in Louvre, what is a mobile laboratory in France, and it was also supported by the Ministry of Science and Education of Russia. Without this support, it would be impossible to win this competition. And our application was supported by the rector, Vladimir Nikolaevich Vasilievich, and the first vice rector, Oleg Igorovich Nikiforov. They pronounced very important work. Olga, write about the Louvre and the Russian Museum. And at the end, you just write about ITMO, about art history, and then you would write about practical equipment. I'm glad I have worked in different fields of that optical spectrum. And in the last few years, I was working in the use of non-invasive optic technologies, that is a long-range infrared range, and now that will be used for in the art history, and I'm glad that these innovative technologies can be applied in this wonderful field of knowledge. And I'm glad that at ITMO we have a very good base for our laboratory. We study the cultural heritage, and we have a team that is quite stationary because, of course, ITMO has a very good basis in the field of equipment and optics. We have different spectrometers, lasers, diagnostic equipment, state-of-the-art equipment, non-destroying equipment. At the same time, we develop a mobile group under the management of Sergei Vladimirovich Siro, who has a good experience in technological research of museum objects at the Russian Museum. And, of course, he also trained us in the fundamentals of using these technologies. In our team, there are both adult participants, our colleagues from France, Michel Minot, Sergei Vladimirovich, Anna Valerievna, and we have also young participants, and I'm glad that we are moving along the three trends in the sphere of photonics, in the sphere of digitization. Some of our students are eager to develop their databases and to use the machine vision, some equal digital technologies for data processing, because the museum objects are very complicated objects. These are multi-layer objects. There are different pigments, different materials. And of course, in order to operate with it, we have to make up a significant digital base. And the third trend initiated by Michel Mignot is involvement of the art historians. And there is a great experience of Anna Valerievna and Alexandra that is quite useful. So that was just brief information. Thank you very much for the introduction of the Laboratory of Cultural Heritage. Now, after these welcoming addresses, we'll make a short break so that we would be able to connect our important guest, that is the permanent honorary secretary of the French Academy of Sciences, Madame Catherine Brechignac, which is doing a lot so that convergent approach to the studies would develop. I'm saying that this is a very important trend because really now we realize that after for a long time there was a division of scientists into the humanities and natural sciences. As to the cultural heritage, it is very important to combine different viewpoints. Thank you very much. There is a 5 minutes break to check the connection of our foreign guests. Thank you. Unfortunately, so far we couldn't reach Madame Brezhnev. She was connected to us when Olga Alexeyevna made her welcoming address. If in the process of our session she will connect to us, she will pronounce the welcoming address. Natalia Pavlovna Kopaneva, as the moderator of that plenary session, dealing with traditions formed by Peter the Great. Dear colleagues, my presentation will be the first presentation. Could you please show my presentation? The title of my presentation is on the agenda. It is also given in the first slide. The quote that is given in the title of my presentation was taken from the document which inscribed on the assignment of Peter the Great to send to the curiosity chamber several objects, which I am going to discuss later, to receive it and to enlist them in the book for the memory for the time to come. This is the phrase. Thus, the first Russian museum, which is the Curiosity Chamber, became not only a collection of exquisite items, not only the basis for formation of the new knowledge, not only had to fulfill the Enlightenment tasks, Peter the Great, the founder of the Curiosity Chamber, assigned another function to the museum, the historical memorial function, storage for the memory for the future time. Starting with 1728, at the Curiosity Chamber, they started setting up a cabinet of Peter the Great as a memorial museum of the emperor. That is the wax person from the book of Osip Bilev, the cabinet of Peter the Great, which was in the Curiosity Chamber, and there are also some known illustrations showing the dogs and the horse of Peter the Great that are also in his office in the Curiosity Chamber. In my today's presentation, I will concentrate on several objects that were received by the museum in the 18th century and the fate of which was not known until a recent time. The sources that give a possibility to reconstruct a documentary and visually the setup of museum collection of the Curiosity Chamber of the first half of the 18th century, the location in the halls, in the cases, today also helps to attribute the items and the objects whose history and names appeared to be lost. For our museums, the Museum of Anthropology and Ethnography of the Russian Academy of Sciences, it is particular to reveal the objects in the museum collection from the early donations, because the collection of the Curiosity Chamber of that period of time suffered during the fire on December 5, 1747, and or within 19th and 20th centuries were delivered to other museums and set the basis for a whole number of the Russian museums. Of special significance are the objects that are directly related with the name of the founder of the Curiosity Chamber, Peter the Great. The Tsar not only purchased the collections abroad, not only published the orders that promoted the formations of the museum collection of the Curiosity Chamber, but also wanted the objects that are directly related with the important events in the Russian history would be sent to St. Petersburg. Their museification, together with some other objects, served as the basis for formation of the historical memorial stock of the Curiosity Chamber, published in 1741 catalogues of the Curiosity Chamber, that is the title page in Museum Imperialis Metropolitani, volumes 1st and 2nd, as well as the album of engravings published by the Academy of Sciences in 1741 in folio format. These objects of historical memorial character structurally have not yet been combined into a single group, though their descriptions were personified. In the catalogue, the title page of which you can see now, the objects are described which belonged to Karl XII, the items from Derbent and so on, and some of them included the arrival history as well. In the publication of the album of engraving of St. Petersburg Library of the Curiosity Chamber on a smaller format, published in 1744, the description of that part of the exhibition has its title already, Collection of Different Curious and Memorable Items of the Ancient and Present Time. What were these objects and what is the fate of some of them? I'm going to discuss it in my paper. On June 6, 1723, the doctor of the Tsar, Lavrentiy Blumentrost, received a letter from the cabinet secretary Makarov, in which he informed that by the order of Peter the Great, he is sending to the Curiosity Chamber the object, the key on the wooden plate, the key of the town of Derbent, donated to Peter the Great. On August 23, 1722, by Naib Imam Kulibek, and the copper core that was found near the Persian town Zemsle in the battle. Makarov wrote to Blumentrost, according to Matyushkin, on April 7. The letter of captain of the Navy with Kenim Basha had a battle near the Persian town Zimbali, and they shot tower vessels from batteries, and they attacked one of the ships. That was the attack of the Persians in April 1723 near Benzeli town, and with participation of the captain, Lieutenant Zelatarov. Both objects related with the events of the Persian battle of 1722-23 were brought to the Curiosity Chamber. In the new building, the key from Derbent was put into a special room with silver and golden items. In the inscription, it is described as the silver key, 1 feet and 4 inches, from Derbent Naib, was donated to Peter the Great when he entered the city in August 1722 on the plate and covered by silk. That was donated to Peter the Great. In the 18th century, the key, the plate, and the silk were kept at the Curiosity Chamber. They are mentioned by Wachmeister in his description, Osip Belaev in the description of the Curiosity Chamber. Now they are stored at the Military Historical Museum of Artillery and Engineering Troops and Communication Troops in St. Petersburg. Recently, they were exhibited at the exhibition dealing with Peter the Great at Kremlin museums. In the artillery museum, they came from the office of the Empress court in 1749. You can see the image of the objects. The key on the silk on a wooden plate, how it was kept at Curiosity Chamber in the 30s and 40s of the 18th century, and that is a watercolor showing them, and the military ammunition was put into the case 22. in the Gallery of Curiosity Chamber. In the catalogue of 1741, it is described together with two other gun crews with 3 anchors and the wooden with abaces. These 3 items were also recorded in the 30s, and there was a watercolor that became a time of the set of images showing the objects in the Curiosity Chamber that are called now the Museum in Pictures. There are some marks on the sheet, 80, 82. These were the numbers under which they were described in the catalogue of 1741. After December fire of 1747, there is a register, and there on the list of those that were disappeared due to fire. The gallery where the case 22 was located was close to the epicenter of the fire, and the case itself at the exit from the gallery to the Gottorp Globe, which, as is known, suffered during the fire. So there was a globe, and that was the case number 22 that kept our items. However, these items are available according to the manuscript catalogue of 1767. These are art objects remaining after the fire, which are still on the gallery of in the 3rd apartment. 3 items, and one of them is of stone, the other of copper, and the 3rd of iron with anchors. The descriptions are brief in the catalogue without any numbers. In the catalogue of 1768, which was the basis for the revision of the Curiosity Chamber, the catalogue of 1792, based on which the revision was also carried out. These items are also available. They are described in greater detail with indication that all the 3 items were delivered from the Caspian Sea. Number 33, items of copper and stone, and portions in 1722 at Zenzile, shot at the Russian ships in the sea. And number 34, the same item with 3 hooks as anchors on iron chains from the same battle. The description of the items that were numbered has a different numbering versus the catalogue of 1741. The distribution of the collection of curiosity chambers between different museums from the beginning of the 19th century.
The information about the source, the data on the labeling is gone. So it is necessary to look for the documents. It's necessary to compare and analyze the documents in order to find proper attribution for the items. And quite a significant role here is played by the knowledge of the visual source, one of the major visual source of the collection of the chamber as something drawn in the museum. This happened with the cannon shots of Persian campaign. Recently, I noticed quite an unusual item, which is found in the archaeological department of the museum, and I could quite easily recognize they're one of the cannon shots from the drawing you can find in the museum. It is registered in the collection of the museum, number 919, and in this collection there are 4 items listed. What are these items? The collection 919 was registered in 1905 by Bruno Adler, who worked at the museum. In the description of the collection, it is stated that the items are from the Chamber of Curiosities. The time is not known. The collector's name is unknown. And the inventory contained also the list, and you can find just part of the label attached to one of the items nowadays. In the handwritten inventory, 4 are listed. One of them is a piece of a stove built by Peter the Great in Pavinets at the Alexeyevsky plant. The other one is a bottle with the gunpowder, number 37, Kunstkamera, a clay shot and Kunstkamera, and number 4, a torture tool, a ball in iron with an opening on top, and at the bottom there are 3 chains with anchors attached. Now, a typed inventory corrected by Kamensky after Adler. He became one of the staff members and was one of the conservators in the Department of Anthropology. And he, Kamensky, described that piece of the stove, moved to the museum in 1911 to the department memorizing Peter the Great. In the gallery of Peter the Great in 1909, from the Hermitage, there was transferred this element to the Museum of Anthropology, and it was opened in 1912 for the audience. In the guide by Pekarsky, it is item number 121. It's an element of a stove built by Peter the Great once. It was moved then to the Hermitage in 1947 from the chamber, because in those days the Department of Russian Culture was founded in the Hermitage, and it has been there since then. Now, Kamensky added question marks to what Adler had left. He doubted that under number 4 there was some sort of a fishing implement or a torture instrument. The particular item is quite unusual, but at the same time recognizable. Here it is. Here it is. We were able to see the image of that in the museum. It is one of the shots. Here you can see a detail of the drawing kept in the museum. It is one of the cannon shots sent by Peter the Great through Makarov in 1723. Obviously, the anchors here were for the more serious damage inflicted on the ships. Since this particular shot was kept with other shots, and then the other shots in the collection 919. So that is obviously one of the shots from the Caspian Sea, from the campaign, and described in the catalogue of '68. Now, thanks to these sources, we were able to attribute properly these particular items, these artifacts, and the story associated with their appearance in the museum. Here there is another item, the history of which became possible after the attribution of the cannon shots. And this has immediate reference to my presentation. In the catalogue of '68, next to the cannon shots, it is stated number 37, a bottle with Swedish gunpowder. And then there is also a description of one other artifact found in Sweden, well, in a Swedish rear train when the Swedes were pushed out of the country in 1715 from the Tikhvin monastery. On the bottle from the collection 919, you can see an old label, number 37 on it. And so, indeed, it is that particular bottle, that rather flask with the gunpowder associated with the events of Russian-Swedish War of 16 10, 16, 17. In the catalogue of 1741 published, this particular item is not mentioned. You will find it in the catalogue of 1767 in the list of editings. This bottle was Swedish gunpowder when the Swedish general Jakob Poltus de la Gardie had at the time when the monastery was besieged by the Swedes. And in 1615, the Swedes were pushed away from the walls of the monastery. That particular bottle with the gunpowder is one of the trophies of the battle. Thus, what is the result of our study? It's the attribution of the items and the rebuilding of the way they came to the Chamber of Curiosities. They are of different origin, but they're all associated with the history of Russia. And they're examples of the following. From the very beginning, the concept of the first Russian museum went wider than that of a scientific museum. It incorporated historical and memorial items to remember history for the future. Thank you. Dear colleagues, are there questions? As a moderator. I'm now acting as a moderator, so we have questions to me. You're most welcome. I'll answer them. If there are no questions, all right, then, Anna Valerievna, can we connect? Dear colleagues,
Dear Jürgen, you can
Hello, do you hear me?
dear colleagues, our next speaker is Jürgen Vadum, Professor Vadum. He is an expert in the field of Dutch and Flemish art in the collection of Nivegard, and he is an independent researcher. Professor Vadum is an expert until 2020, he used to be director of the Center of Artistic and Technological Studies and Conservation in Copenhagen. And prior to that, in 2012 and 16, he was professor of conservation and restoration in the Amsterdam University. Between 1990 and the year 2004, he was the main conservator in The Hague, in Maushaus. So Professor Vadum will speak about multidisciplinary approach to the conservation and research of cultural heritage. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I would like to share my screen, but I can
Professor,
see that...
we're listening to you.
Yes, thank you. I am talking to you. I would like to share my screen, but the host has disabled my screen. Can you hear me? I would like to share my screen, but I'm not allowed to for the host. Now I am. Good morning. I hope you can hear me. I have no response, so I hope that is all working well. In museums, the objects that we are dealing with are under constant scrutiny and surveillance. The keeping and understanding of their physical as well as inherent cultural values are being unraveled by a multidisciplinary team of heritage scientists, historians, and educators. Each group of scholars will glean a myriad of results that will be made available to the visitors that today form mixtures of the displayed objects. This talk will consider a variety of complexities in dealing with these hands-on and more of cultural, sacred, and secular values. A broad variety of philosophical as well as pragmatic approaches to the keeping and display of museum objects underscores how complex it may be to ensure that heritage objects can be viewed for the joy and inspiration that they offer. Simultaneously, and without precluding pleasure and reflection, the same objects will also remain extraordinary resources for a broader understanding of civilized talk. I would like to thank you for the invitation. Russia and Denmark, Norway were allies against the Swedes and Germans during the Great Nordic War that we have just heard about between 1709 and 1720. During this conflict, Peter the Great stayed in Copenhagen for 3.5 months from mid-July to the end of October 1716. He was the guest of the Danish king and absolute monarch Frederick I that you see below him to the left. The bust of Peter the Great is kept at Rosenborg Castle in Copenhagen and is a simplified version of the one at the Hermitage in St. Petersburg. The bust is of gilded lead and signed Rastrelli. As you can see, the Tsar wears a Roman suit and a Medusa head in relief on his chest. During the visit to Copenhagen, Peter the Great reportedly visited the round tower that you see on the Trinity Church that was built in 1642, and he rode to the top via the spiral ramp in the tower. That is one of the stories that we enjoy very much in Copenhagen. Had Peter stayed longer in Copenhagen than he did, then he in the 1730s would have seen the king's summer residence, Frederiksberg Castle, however, a much more modest construction compared to Peterhof. As you also know, the architecture of some of the mansions in Copenhagen, like the Yellow Palace from 1750s, are echoed in built architecture in St. Petersburg, a city I have enjoyed visiting with great pleasure in the 1980s and again in 2009. People in the present are surrounded by the past in the form of objects and structures that have survived the centuries. The way in which visitors to museums or heritage professionals observe objects from the past, be they carefully curated in museums or crumbling remnants in the landscape, is highly subjective. One observer sees artistic decay, another sees an ugly ruin. One observer sees artistry in a composition, another is moved by their faith, a third appreciates the garments depicted, and a fourth may examine the techniques and the material used to make the object. For researchers into the human past, objects from our forefathers are seen as very valuable resources for gaining knowledge. Investigators can observe the materials applied and the marks made by artists, craftspeople, and traders. And scientists can analyze paints and pigments, the methods of construction, and the material itself. All these observations and analyses allow heritage professionals to construct and reconstruct the history of an object and understand the knowledge needed to have it made by human hands. Researchers can furthermore determine the date that an object were made in and the distances that the materials employed were traded. For wooden structures, dendrochronologists can construct the journey of timber from the forest where they grew and the felling of the trees, their conversion into suitable sites and shapes, their transport over land, river, and sea, and their carving and carpentry tools for its decoration inscribes the object further into a complex international network of dependencies for its making. Dealing with the physical object poses dilemmas, such should be constantly considered when new actions or approaches for its investigation are considered. On top of this, it should be realized that often these objects once belonged to a close community and may very often represent intangible and religious values. The sheer nature of these values can be hard to grasp for outsiders. During examination, I'm sorry for the rolling on my slides here. During examination and presentation of objects, careful considerations must prevail against fast moving forward to create a spectacular display for public gain. Often a work of art or heritage object. The first question that springs to mind is how to do it. The greater part of conservation research still focuses on the challenges of the physical condition of the object, the deterioration of materials, and possible interventions. This question may be a key issue for the conservator, arising from the need to keep an object. Therefore, it is imperative to address the context in which an object was created, how it was passed on through history, and the marks left by this time span, and its current function as a bearer of culturally significant messages. In addition, and in the case of church art, its liturgical significance is important. Conservators and heritage scientists form a critical link between the artifact, institutions, stakeholders, and the ideological perspectives used to negotiate preservation processes. The intangible values are equally important to observe and respect. Exhibiting objects is therefore not just a matter of putting them on display. Scholars should be guided by an obligation and a responsibility to consider what the object was, how it may have changed, and how it may further change. Questions such as what conservators should preserve, why they should choose to examine and preserve objects, and for whom they research and treat the objects are challenging concepts and questions. The value of cultural heritage is strongly dependent on the way it is assessed via an interdisciplinary approach. Although, when approaching a value assessment, the attention has changed from single objects to entire collections and group of objects within collections, and simultaneously objects are appreciated more because of their capacity to tell a story than of their aesthetic qualities. On the other hand, value depends on the recipient or profession. Many sacred icons, for instance, that have been celebrated and worshipped are called erythropoietai. That means not made by human hand. Some historians and theologians may object to acknowledging that craftspeople, artisans, or artists made these objects. The French philosopher, anthropologist, and sociologist Bruno Latour has written that such an acknowledgement could weaken their force or sully their origins, or even desecrate them. Latour continued that this is also true of science, where objectivity is supposed to be ero forte, not made by human hand. And if you show the hand at work in a human fabric of science, you are accused of sullying the sanctity of the objectivity, of ruining its transcendence, of forbidding any claim to truth, of putting to the torch the only source of enlightenment we have, end of quote. Continuing, Latour asks, what would happen if when saying that some image is human-made, its claim to truth was increased instead of decreased? That would be the closure of the critical mood, the end of anti-fetishism, he says. Latour argued that contrary to the critical urge, the more human work that is shown, the better is the grasp of reality or sanctity of worship. In the introduction to Picturing Science, Producing Art, the authors explain that there is a history to the perception of difference between science and art. And a apparent attempt to unify the two. They explained, as a humanist enterprise in the Renaissance, is coeval with the birth of talking about scientific method. And like all binaries, art and science, in order to acquire the strength of their polar positions, soft versus hard, intuitive versus analytical, inductive. One could therefore argue that binary production of knowledge was equally simple. Art invented, but science discovered. It is within this dialectic and intense viewing and studying of the artifacts that heritage scientists operate, in a synergy between art and science and with due respect to each component. The recognition and the re-identification of the miracles created by diverse specialists with interdisciplinary cooperation of the many human minds and hands needed to shape a religious past is often breathtaking. That is why museums insist that the objects themselves, made by human hands as they are, even today continue to radiate strength, meaning, and power or wisdom for the modern observer, if intelligently presented with respect to original meaning and function. A challenge would be the continuously evolving theories and principle of treatment and the asymmetrical possibilities of carrying out adequate research on objects that are proposed for treatment. These different objectives may jeopardize the making of meaningful long-term strategies that simultaneously honor a variety of levels of appreciation by all stakeholders. Employing an increasingly wide range of analytical tools, researchers from the field of history, conservation, and conservation science have in many instances been working together on the same way as the makers of the objects under investigation in an interdisciplinary manner. Already in the late 18th century, the initiation of what has become recognized as technical art history was discussed by Johann Beckmann in his book Anleitung zur Technologie oder zur Kenntnis der Handwerke. Later, with the establishment of the Rathen Forschungslabor in 1888, the impetus for what has become simply called technical studies when initiated, and these collaborative efforts now comprise a rapidly increasing field of study described, as I said, as technical art history. It was mocked about, as you can see in this cartoon drawing from the 1940s, where all our multidisciplinary researchers are kind of ridiculed. However, technical art history hopes to understand how artists transforms an idea into physical objects, the relationship between change in style, technological evolution, and the availability of materials, the relationship between artistic idea or intent and the visual changes over time due to aging, for instance, and then of course the understanding of our material culture. I would like to say that perhaps it's too early to suggest that heritage science should take on a hermeneutic responsibility for interpreting the meaning of culture and objects of culture in a wider sense as reflections of the human experience. It is, however, important that museums realize by having heritage scientists document their actions and interactions with objects, it will be possible to offer great and challenging insights in fascinating aspects of the making and meaning of the past. Even in times of strong political impetus to isolate people from others by borders, physical or psychological, artists and artisans seem to have penetrated these borders for the sharing of knowledge and craftsmanship. Therefore, the assertion that joy and inspiration and cannot be taste of civilization in general, as it was put by the art historian Baron Berenson in the 1950s, still sophistication of humankind, something that the MOLAB of transportable laboratory will be able to unravel. While combining and shaping materials to reflect the artist's idea of varied complexity, based on many intellectual considerations, the intricate choices of resources, and it is also evolving because of rapidly expanding global technological networks. Researchers are now often working across geographical boundaries and across different cultures, while employing new technologies to advance new methods of research. People, however, remain at the core of this research. Museums must therefore continuously acknowledge that heritage objects should be viewed first and foremost for the joy and inspiration that they offer, whether they are sacred or secular, and that they simultaneously and without precluding pleasure and reflection will also remain extraordinary resources for broader understanding of our civilization. I have a slightly more updated schema here of how the different disciplines interact with the object and the public, and I hope you will appreciate this more contemporary diagram where the object is seen as essential for both researchers and, of course, for society. There's still an interaction between the different disciplines, but we should continuously bear in mind for whom we are doing this. Public research, open access for publications. A public research of the girl with the pearl earring at the Mauritshuis in The Hague resulted in a lot of new information, and information that has been widely distributed in open access publication in heritage science. Involving the public in understanding how we examine and how we study the artworks creates a new bond that is important for our collaboration. We should acknowledge that trade is the same as availability. Artists and craftsmen all had business models. Science can unravel and demonstrate that the entire world was within reach when cultural heritage objects were produced. And that is the fascinating thing, that wherever the object is, it bears such a large history that can, thanks to science and new non-invasive technologies, be made clear and visible for ourselves, for further study, but also for the public. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Vadon, for your very interesting presentation. Are there any questions
коллег в зале?
from the audience?
Yes.
No questions? It seems to me that that was a very interesting presentation and multidisciplinary approach to the studies of the cultural heritage, to the studies of what we keep at the museums is very important. We have seen the art heritage, but for me, as a custodian of the Museum of Anthropology and Ethnography, the interdisciplinary approach is highly important in the studies and restoration of the ethnographic items, which are quite complicated because there are a complex of different materials, possibly even from different chronologies. And of course, the use of these non-invasive techniques in the studies, including archaeology, in anthropology, and in ethnography at the museums, at the moment should be in the forefront. Because the approach of our wonderful restorators, restorers who work at our museums, should receive such scientific tools to most efficiently restore the item, preserve the object for the generations to come, and at the same time to keep it and to show the history of that object, so that and for ethnographic items that is particularly important, that after the restoration the object would not look as a newly created item. And of course these scientific approaches and the research and the analysis of the materials undoubtedly will help and is helping us to develop the programs for restoration of complex objects that are kept at our museums. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful conference.
Thank you very much. Anna Valerievna, and as to Madame Brashiniak. Probably tomorrow she will connect us and she will make her presentation, because the theme of her presentation, Peter Nor, member of the French Academy of Sciences, is quite interesting, and I think it is based on the documents that are kept in France. We know our own documents, and the theme is highly important and interesting for me, because the letter of gratitude which Peter sent to the French Academy of Sciences was dispatched with Johann Daniel Schumacher, one of the first directors of the Curiosity Chamber. So the next presentation, are we going to make a break, Anna Valerievna? Dear colleagues, now we have the speaker is Vincent Detain, Chief Engineer of the Department of Technological Studies of the Research Center and the Restoration Center of the French Museums. Please, we're listening to you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me or not?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Dobie utro. I will just try to share properly my screen. Are you able to see my screen right now or not? No. Do you see my
Yes,
screen?
yes, we can see it now. We can see it now. Right.
Okay, sure. Okay. So I'm not sure. You see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation. It's on.
Oh, okay, perfect. So thank you very much. First, I want to thank the General Director and the Deputy of the General Director of the State Museum of the History of St. Petersburg. And as well, I want to thank the General Consul of France in St. Petersburg, Pascal Siwansky, and especially as well, Michel Menu and Olga Smolanskaya from ITMO University that are leading now the mega grant, especially dedicated to the building of Russian MOLAB laboratory, and I want to have a special thanks to Anna Siro that supports this idea of our collaboration between France and Russia for a lot of years now, and she's supporting this construction of this approach, going through the building of this specific aspect that will conduct for the future the way to look at cultural heritage in the future, and to participate to the creation of this what we can tell now as heritage science. That is, I think, the new science of heritage for the future. Speaking in the line of the first Emperor Peter the Great, I would like to point first of all the idea of international collaboration. As I know, the preeminent person, your Tsar, was especially interested in having a foreign master here in St. Petersburg, in having the European experience of science and culture, even sending then studying in Europe. So it's a long story, in fact, of collaboration between the different our countries, and it is something that is quite important to keep in mind. And looking to the idea of Peter the Great, he has this idea about seeing the things in all their complexity, and as he said, I'm in the rank of student, and I demanded to teacher, and we are all in the same spirit, in fact, and it is what we try to do day to day, and it is the part of the work of the C2RMF, in fact, my laboratory, and the laboratory that was leading by Michel Menu for a long time, for more than 20 years. And every day, in fact, we are learning for the different aspects of artwork, and we continue to try to develop new tools in order to be sure to have a better comprehension and better approach of heritage science. The adventure, the real adventure, starts in 2019. We went with our French MOLAB in Russia, and it was such kind of adventure, you know, coming with a truck through from France to Germany, and then by boat to Helsinki, and crossing the border from of Russia, and coming first to St. Petersburg, and then going to Novgorod to study different kind of artwork. And you have here some work performed by different people during this campaign, including the Fondation des Sciences du Patrimoine, leading by Beatrix Souls. And through this foundation now, we enter a different kind of international collaboration and pushing this collaboration in order to share and to learn from the different countries and the different colleagues about the knowledge of the different kind of artwork. And the idea is to be able at the end to have a better performance. And here you can see some example of implementation of this instrumentation. For example, examination of the this culture of Peter the Great with terahertz technology and the use of OCT and some icons, the Saint Nicholas icons, on the other kind of artwork like this painting from Malevich, as you can see, are using other kind of instrumentation, because the first one are much more dedicated to structural investigation, but for molecular aspect, we work with this kind of small alpha FTIR system in order to characterize the bending media of the varnish of the icons, and with some X-ray diffraction system coupling with X-ray fluorescence system in order to get information about as well the elemental composition of the artwork, and in the same time about the crystallization of the pigment in order to get the real composition. So in order to completely characterize artwork in terms of experimental science, there are many possibilities, different necessity, and it is very important to couple these different instrumentation. And it is one thing just mentioned before by Jürgen Wadum, of course, that this portable instrumentation gives us the capability for the future to get better information, not only in terms of characterization, in terms of archeometry, in order to have a better knowledge about the materials that have been used, or the way to build the artwork, but as well to ensure and to gauge the state of conservation of these different objects. And it is one of the main things, because based on that, we can help in the same way help and follow the work of restoration when it's necessary, but we can also finally get a better strategy in terms of preventive conservation. And it is something that is really important to preserve the different aspects, these three different aspects. First, the knowledge of the artwork and the good knowledge about this composition and the way of the history of materials, but to help the restoration aspect and to ensure at the end of a good preventive conservation strategy. As you can see here, as another example, the use of infrared thermography that can gauge using some lamp or some only flash of camera, for example, to get information about delamination, for example, and to look the good adhesion of some part of mosaic. Here it is an example on the substrate of the artwork. So we implement all these different instrumentation during this campaign in different localization, as well in museum, in a church, in a restoration and conservation center in Novgorod dedicated to mural painting, and we try to not only demonstrate the usefulness of these tools, but to ensure the professional that are working inside the inside museum, and the different professionals that are acting day to day, how this approach can have a direct impact and can make and finally give the possibility to go on to the approach of a 21st century of heritage science. You can see here some other demonstration and the way to work, and it is important to understand that it's not only the instrumentation that are important, but as well people that are able to manage the instrumentation, but that have a very high knowledge about the artwork and the way of the different specificity of this artwork. Of course, the ceramic is not something of easel painting, and as well different from mural painting. So you need to have people that finally master all the different aspects, you know, in terms of art history, in terms of managing the instrumentation, understanding the question of conservation. And it is necessary to merge and to join all this information for people that are working in conservation science in order to be able to ensure the preservation of this artwork for the future. So I love to present, in fact, this new science that we name heritage science in developing this, you know, these three main axes. So we can consider that heritage science, that is collaborative and disciplinary science, in developing this scheme. First, we can consider a synchronic study, you know. It means that we are looking to the artwork at this present time. And we will start with material characterization in order to understand, to study, and to have a good idea about alteration mechanism that will ensure finally the possibility to get a state of conservation. And then we can ensure the good treatment or develop a new treatment and ensure a new restoration methods. And then in following that, we can finally determine the strategy of preventive conservation. The second axis that we can consider, it is based on diachronic study, diachronic axis. This axis is based, of course, of dating, question of datation, and based on material study. Material study could be linked to material characterization, but it's much more to be understood as, in fact, you know, the history of the use of material. For if we are considering, for example, age of bronze or age of iron, for example, or steel, of course, there is an importance in terms of what kind of materials or artwork have been developed at one time. And then, based on this study, we can deduce the provenance, the commercial route, so have an approach in terms of economical aspect of at one period, and the social behavior at that moment, and finally get much more historic approach and better knowledge about our culture at one moment it is something that is completely part of our common cultural and historic things. And there is a third axis that could describe properly the things, and that is completely crucial now. And it is based and information management and mediation. And it means that we need to create a database, to develop 3D model in order to ensure a better archive and conservation, and finally ensure mediation and museography, and ensure better dissemination, and dissemination not only for researcher, not only for conservation scientists, not only for specialists of museum or for archaeologists or so on, but as well for the public. And the presentation of Jürgen Wadum for that was very clear. You know, you have the object, you have the people that are working around, you have the object, and in the center you have the public, but because finally at the end it is our common past, and based on that we can of course better define our future. And around all these different axes we have many specialties and people that are working on. And if we consider heritage science, we have to consider that there is not only conservation scientists or physicists or chemists, but we have conservator, we have archivists, we have cultural heritage lawyer, data scientist, historian, anthropologist, architect, archaeologist, art historian, and historian. And this defines finally what is heritage science, and what is this new science that we have to focus on now, and we have to have a good comprehension that now, in order to work in this field, we have to merge all this speciality in order to go further and to consider the thing properly, and to finally remove the border of the different speciality in order to get a right approach and to look to the object in a complete way, sorry. So here it was another example in the St. Sophia Cathedral in Novgorod, looking with terahertz, and it is just a description of the principle of the techniques, but it could give, of course, information on site, more or less making mapping, like showing by Jürgen Wadum on the girls of the earring with XRF mapping, and we can develop as well OCT mapping and other things. And now it is something that is the way to go on. It's to go to 2D and 3D approach in order to describe and to have a very good idea and complete idea about the different objects. So just some word about the C2MF, the Center for Research and Restoration of the French Museum. This laboratory is located in the Louvre Museum. Here you have a picture of realized by the street artist GR in 2019. It was just a paper put on the floor, and you can see that the pyramid finally emerged like excavation, and it is one of the very nice creation of this contemporary artist, and it is the link between finally art and it is a good resume, in fact, about what is art. Art is something coming from the past and still living today. And our laboratory is in fact located, I don't know if you can see my laser pointer here, but here just below, in fact, the Louvre Museum. And we have a part on this building, the Pavillon de Flore, and close to the Porte des Lions, Gate of Lion. And we have here the restoration workshop of the C2MF, and below, here's the laboratory of C2MF. So this, if we go to the historical background of this laboratory, we have to keep in mind that it's not the first ones that have been built in terms of cultural heritage laboratories. The first one was the Right Gun Laboratory in Germany, but the LRMF was founded in 1931 by two Argentine physicians, Dr. Fernandez Perez and Carlos Mainani. And it was first in the pavilion floor, and it was the Mainani laboratory that became finally the laboratory of restoration of French Museum, of research of French Museum. And it was leading by Madeleine Horse. It's not an accident that been found by two Argentine physicians and not physicists, because you know that for a long time, in fact, the use of X-ray radiography was one of the base of study of the different artwork. And you can see here the last movement of the Joconde, of the Mona Lisa painting from Leonardo in New York, and it was you can see the President Kennedy with Madeleine Horse in 1963. She was, of course, going with the painting to USA in order to ensure the security and the way of conservation of the painting. If we look to this picture, it's quite interesting. You can see the construction of the new laboratory in 1995, and it was here as the base ground, in fact, that has been built for finally gate this lab. And it was very important to have a very stabilized position in order to be able to gauge IBR, ion beam accelerator. C2MF is the only one laboratory in the world that gate inside his lab an IBR accelerator dedicated 100% of time to a study of cultural heritage objects. And as you can see here, there is an excavation, and each time you are digging somewhere in France, you immediately find some archaeological things. And it is funny because here, in fact, there was discovered the workshop of one of the famous artists, Bernard Palissy, specialized in creation of this kind of famous ceramics, and you can find this kind of ceramics as well in Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, and it is one of the very interesting discovering of this to finally find this workshop in the place, exactly in the place where today is located our labs. So it is one of the main I can say a story about the creation of this lab, and I think that is a good symbol. And it was finally probably a nice coincidence that we can today continue to learn about the technique of this famous ceramist, and still continuing to find and to try to find the way of making this artwork. And it's some actual research are continuing in order to study this process of fabrication used by Bernard Palissy. Here you have some example of that are present at the State Hermitage Museum of Peter the Great, and it is something that, of course, is necessary to study and to learn in order to gauge the memory and the way of making this object. Anyway, the laboratory is located here, and has what you have to take in mind is that it is about 160 permanent employees, but taking into account all the different aspects in terms of safety, of course, security, action, the administration and documentation people that are working here. The lab is directed by Jean-Michel Loyer-Asquette. He is actual director, and he was a successor of Isabelle Fallot-Fossard, that leading the laboratory for the 5 last years. And we are separated in different departments: preventive conservation department, conservation department much more dedicated to restoration, and we have independent restorers that are working and curators that are working there day to day, and the work of the people that are working in our lab is to follow the restoration and to ensure the research around the artwork, and to follow the way of restoration using different techniques, and making some advice during restoration. And we have the research department, where I am belonging to this department, and I spoke already about the ion beam accelerator, but we have a lot of different kind of tool, of course, dedicated to ensure a good study of the different artwork. And our mission is to ensure, of course, research on tangible heritage, conservation, restoration of French museum collection, and ensure the documentation. And we have a lot of different specialists that are working there: physicists, chemists, geologists, radiologists, curator, conservator, librarian, etc., etc. And the main important things to keep in mind is that we have to ensure the expertise in order to ensure acquisition, authentication, and attribution of the different artwork, and we have to ensure assistance to conservation and restoration, and continue to develop research and development in order to have the best possible analytical tools for focusing on non-invasive, of course, and we continue to work in comprehension through studies of alteration, comprehension of the evolution of materials, and we try to develop as well new strategy and new tools in order to ensure better preventive conservation. From my side, I am developing for 5 years now a laser laboratory inside the Louvre Museum in order to develop new kind of instrumentation based, in fact, on laser. And we try to have 3 main way of development I explained before, to ensure new tools in order to get better knowledge about materials, and to perform archaeometric approaches through development of leaf fragment, OCT or thermographic things. We continue to develop new way of restoration, especially laser cleaning, for example, and we work recently on varnish removal with laser, and we try to develop a new kind of preventive conservation tools through the development of holography, for example, DHSP, in order to look to the movement of the object, not only controlling and developing new capture about measuring the pollution inside the different room, or verifying the temperature of the hygrometry of the site. So some example about this development in terms of laser varnish removal, controlling by OCTs. OCT is a fantastic tool because now it gives us the possibility to control the work of and the way we are working and dealing with the different materials. So all the different instrumentation, as well described by Jordan and Vadum, as used in order to get a maximum of information, and finally get the possibility to share and to go this new approaches. And as you can see here on this object, it is such kind of knife. You can see that we can get information about tomography of the object, but using different tools, we can as well have information, better information about the way of the decoration of the object and so on. So merging the different technique in terms of 2D, 3D, and tomographic approach, we can have a complete good information about the state of conservation of the object, to understand, in fact, how it is built, and to get information that could be useful as well for the restoration, in order to not break the system when we are going to work on it, and to ensure that curator and conservator can approach the way of restoration in the better condition, you know. Then, as I mentioned, I am leading, and we developed this aspect of French MOLAB for a long time. And the idea is to be able, with the support of the Fondation des Sciences du Patrimoine and through the Ministry of Research, to ensure the capability to not only work on the artwork of the big museum, like a Louvre Museum of Musée d'Orsay or so on. And it is the same thing in Russia. The big museum have generally the possibility to have good lab and good support of the different people, but in the same way, the possibility to go outside to the different lab, but to go inside as well. So I don't know if I have I can ask maybe the people, because I have many slides and I have another talk tomorrow. So do I have to continue, or do you have to stop? And I will continue with the question of Espeden and the approach of the general program during my talk tomorrow. It's a question for the chair of the conference. May you tell me what I have to do now, if I continue or not?
Unfortunately, you have no time left for the first time of our conference. We are running out of time, and probably what you haven't presented today, you will be able to present tomorrow during the second day of the conference.
Exactly.
And,
so it's no problem. Yeah.
And your presentation is quite impressive, and the strategy that you analyze the new science on heritage, it is quite impressive. I also have some questions. Unfortunately, there is no time for asking the questions as to the results of the studies of Lomonosov mosaics that you received, but probably that can be done tomorrow. The questions can be asked tomorrow. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Mr. Kita, see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues,
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Now we have finished the first part of our session of the first day of the conference. We have listened to wonderful presentations. I don't know whether our custodians at this conference room, probably they were quite interested in the new techniques. And they wish our French colleagues to join our efforts, where we could bring back the notion of the Republic of Scientists from the 17th century to the 21st century. The Republic of Scientists, I think, is a very important idea that is has been mentioned about all the research. Now we have a break. Anna Valeriana, what is the length of our break, please? 30 break for 30 minutes, and then we'll come back to the conference room.
Right. So there are not that many of us here now, and the presentations are going to be most interesting. They will be recorded and they will become available. Allow me to introduce the chair of this session, Sergei Sero, who is the head of this expert examination studio at the Department of Technological Studies of the State Russian Museum. The Laboratory of Technological Research. Yes, thank you. Right, since everyone is here, I suggest that we can begin. So the first presentation is by Talia Spiranskaya and Petr Majara. Yes, you're welcome. Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for the invitation. Our presentation is entitled Peter's Archive of Voltaire Works, a Digital Presentation and Introduction into the Scientific Circulation Sphere. No. After the death of Voltaire in 1778, Catherine II, who had been in correspondence with the philosopher, acquired his library and his papers. Among the manuscripts, there were 5 volumes, 167 documents, most of which are materials sent to Voltaire from St. Petersburg at the end of the 1750s for his work on the history of Russian Empire of Peter's time. And the book was commissioned by the government of Elizabeth I in 1757 at the time of the 7-Year War. And this was the most political historical project, and Bestojev-Reumin, Chancellor, and the academicians of St. Petersburg were quite unhappy that a foreigner was to write the history of Peter the Great. But the political situation was such that it was to be written by someone well-known and respected in Europe. Voltaire was just right for that. The image of Peter the Great was interesting for him when he began to work on the history of Charles XII in 1731. And his name was to stand against the anti-Russian pamphlets inspired by Frederick II. At the time of the 7-Year War, at the time of Ivan Shuvalov, several literary pieces were published glorifying Peter the Great. But the greatest achievement was Voltaire's History of Russia under the days of Peter the Great. Now, waiting for Peter's anniversary, the Russian National Library, with the support of the Ministry of Culture, is carrying out a project that will make it possible to create the digital copies of the document, which are making up this archive. And so the myth will turn into a document reliable to the public. And so the order was commissioned. The order was placed by as I said, by the order of Ivan Shuvalov, and Voltaire was in correspondence with him concerning this book. And the materials were delivered through Ivan Shuvalov. And Shuvalov addressed Mikhail Lomonosov for the information and Friedrich Miller. And from their correspondence, it follows that Johann Taubert, who took part in this work. Some of the archive was part of the archive was published. The answer to the question of the commission sent, the questions sent by Voltaire to Shuvalov were published in the book by Schmurl, published in 1922 in Prague, and this year it was published again by Nestor History Publication House, prepared by Sergei Mezin and Mikhail Kovalov. Now, in both publications, the text was just in French, as well as in the new complete works by Voltaire, and prepared by Michel Mirlot. And a separate document of the archive is accompanied by several articles, but still most of the archive is not properly studied. Some of the documents are completely unpublished, such as the letters of the European diplomats sent to the Russian resident in Vienna, Avram Veselovsky, or the letters of the nephew of Franz Lefort to his father. And I'm not going to talk in detail about all these documents, just a few facts that can be illustrated by images. The manuscripts in Russia were of particular interest to Nikolai Kopanev and Natalia Kopaneva, the head of the program committee of the conference and a great specialist in Petrine time. They published an article together where they described one archaeographic list number over here in these photographs. It's to the left in the upper corner, which unites a set of 23 documents. Some of the factors indicate that the papers were most probably in the first package of materials received by Voltaire in the summer of 1758. Most probably these documents were prepared with the involvement of Mikhail Lomonosov. Nikolai Alexandrovich planned to study this archive. Unfortunately, he had time to publish just a few articles, but in his notes, accompanying the complete works of Voltaire, we can see some recommendations concerning further work. In this note, for example, has the same number in the upper right corner. And it's a document that should be contained the answers to the questions concerning the population and the army. But instead of that, there is some information about the Russian army, the history of the Russian army. Most probably that is simply because the number of soldiers and officers in the army was a military secret. But Nikolai Alexandrovich indicates that we should notice the phrase in the text, most probably in the text by Lomonosov, that the exact numbers are to be found from the Senate. And Shuvalov simply sent the paper to Voltaire without editing it. And later the information was requested from Senate and was sent to Voltaire. And in the archives you can find the statistical tables, including the manpower information. And the researchers of the archive will have to answer lots of questions, the Russian sources of the documents among them, in order to understand which of them could be retained here in Russia but in French translation. This work was done for Lomonosov, and his description of the Streletsky riots were included into Lomonosov's complete works in Russian translated. Now, who took part in the project? Russia. Evgeny Shmurlev, Mirzelirvo, in their comments continuously use the word the academy, but Shuvalov commissioned the academicians in a non-official way, in a private way, and the collection of papers for Voltaire, this was not reflected at all in the documents of the academic conference, because the matter was quite sensitive. The attitude to Voltaire at the court in St. Petersburg was quite ambiguous, and because there were some people who wanted to write their own history of Peter's time, and they found themselves in the position of just the assistants of a foreign author who was not that careful about concrete facts. And we do not even know if Voltaire was familiar with the names of his St. Petersburg correspondents, because the names are not mentioned in the correspondence between him and Shuvalov. And the documents sent from St. Petersburg are not signed. But as Olga Alexandrovskaya said, the words of Voltaire to one of his French correspondents says, I cannot publish this square without the approval of researchers from Arkhangelsk and Kamchatka. That's the reference to Miller's expedition to Kamchatka and the birthplace of Lomonosov. Indicates that he was familiar with some of the names. I mentioned Miller, Taubert and Lomonosov, but Rolf Taubert is not that clear because he was a librarian. It was believed that probably his role was just limited to the selection of the materials and the organization and translation and the copying. But out of the letters from Miller, we can see that Talbot took part in the drawing up of the historical information. And the role of Theodor Chudy is still not clear. Michel Mirvo, who in the year 2007, after the publication of Russian history, published the letter to Miller, kept here in St. Petersburg. Most probably Mirvo did have copies of some of the documents from Voltaire's archive, but did not pay attention to. And Chudy's handwriting is there in several places in the responses to the questions asked by Voltaire. In order to prepare these answers, Chudy wrote the letter to Miller in 1759. And we can see a fragment of his letter, and you can see his handwriting. These are the details that Voltaire wants to know. Now, the originals of these documents are either not preserved at all or preserved in a rather poor way, and my colleague Piotr Majara will speak about some of them. I will add a few words to the Russian-French dialogue, a few words about Britain, because some unexpected documents can be found in Voltaire's archive for Peter. Here reports, accounts of Russia. Here accounts of Russia belong to George Forbes. George Forbes, in 1754, the third Count of Grana. In 1733-34 was the ambassador of the Minister of Great Britain in Russia. That was the time of Empress Anne, not Peter's time, but for all of us it's still quite interesting. So, briefly, if we talk about Forbes, he was Irish by origin, and he started his career as a military man. He took part in the war for Spanish legacy, and he took part in such key events of the war as the conquering of Gibraltar, the Malaga battle in 1704. But his career was built in such a way, developed in such a way that all the time, apart from the military missions, he was entrusted with diplomatic work, diplomatic missions. And here is a very important stage in his career. In 1729, he was the governor of the British Isles, and by 1733 he was entrusted with the mission of representing Britain in Russia. And the main purpose of the mission was the signing of the new trade agreement, and the British merchants resumed their domineering position at the Russian market, which previously had been actually undermined by the active work of the Prussian merchants. And even following certain information we can find in Western historiography, he was even suggested to enter Russian service. Maybe that was a legend, but nonetheless his stay in Russia was quite successful. And the second important result of that's that account on Russia. And in principle, today, the text of this account is published. It's quite well known. It's published in the Slavonic and Eastern Ukraine by Michael Bitter, published following the manuscript that was preserved in the Forbes Castle in Ireland. And there were photocopies of that manuscript in the archive of Northern Ireland. Bitter probably worked with that. According to Bitter, that was the only manuscript pertaining to this particular fact that has survived. He says there was a manuscript that was presented in 1734 after Forbes had visited Russia to the Queen. But there are no traces of that particular manuscript, and it has not been possible to find it in the archives. So Bitter, publishing the document, the version of the manuscript he publishes is far from being complete. And the fact that we have the copy of the account of the 18th century, it all acquires a very special meaning for us. Because, first of all, the text, as I will demonstrate to you, does not coincide with the version published by Bitter. And moreover, this makes it possible for us to say that this text was known in the 18th century, and not only in Britain, but beyond Britain as well, and was even sent to Voltaire. And so, the text of the account for Russia starts with a general description of Russia. The area is being compared to China, to Iran, Persia, and says that the wealth does not equal its size, and the climate is described, the impact of the climate on the life of the population and communication. Forbes gives some information concerning the population of the country. And what's interesting here? Then he writes about the government of Russia and about the citizens of Russia. The copy was made for Voltaire, and the Forbes, nonetheless, is not really writing about Russia in the flattering terms. The Russian government is described as a despotic government. He is saying that the slavery of people is one of the great barriers for the development of production, and he also speaks about the absolute power in Russia. He says the limited power can get a lot from the rich people. The absolute power can hardly get anything from those who do not have anything. So in the political structure that was typical of Russia at the time, for him there was a barrier for the development of Russia and Russian society. And on the whole, there is no negative attitude to Russia in the text by Forbes. Moreover, Forbes indicates that the Russian citizens are intelligent, smart, and can easily reproduce any instrument, any mechanism they had not seen before. They're hardworking and good inventors, and they would have been able to overcome all the difficulties had they had a chance. He also speaks about some negative characteristics of the Russians, well known: laziness, heavy drinking, and so on. But even here, Forbes is trying to find the explanation for all of that and justification, the slavery, and they're trying to forget the difficult life drinking too much. So there is nothing Russophobic in what he writes about. Moreover, there is a respectful attitude to the subjects of the Russian Empire. And then there follows the description of the country, and here you will find the difference between the text that is kept in Ireland and the text published by Bitter and our text. Here in Russia we have the division of Russia in 14 provinces, and all those 14 are mentioned, and the main cities and all those are listed. In the document published by Bitter, this particular structure of Russia is not mentioned. And then he writes about the major rivers, good for navigation. He speaks about hunting and fishing, describes mining in Russia, and since his main mission was to get the trade preferences for the British merchants, he was very attentive to the issues connected to trade in Russia and the trade balance and import and export. He writes all about that, and the monetary system of Russia is also described. He also speaks about the army and the navy of Russia. In the text published by Bitter, 6 pages listing the regiments of the Russian army with manpower are missing, but we have that, and Bitter, as a publisher, also informs that there is a list of the vessels of Russia with a number of guns on each of them, but that particular list in the option there is damaged. But we have a complete list, and you can see it's not damaged at all, and all the data is here and easy to read. Now, the version of the text published by Bitter ends with a description of the leading statesmen in the days of Anna: Osterman, Golovkin, Biron, Minich, Field Marshal Minich. With us, this particular fragment of text with the courtiers is missing. Probably it was believed that for Voltaire it was not such a great piece of information, but in our version the text ends up in a different way. It ends up with a historical description of the Russian rulers, and in the Forbes text it's missing. It begins with Ivan the Terrible and goes all the way through to the days of Anna Ioannovna, and Forbes describes Anna Ioannovna. In Bitter's text this description is missing, but Forbes is writing the following. She is a merry person, she is generous, and
he notes that she is full of small children, and she makes physical exercise, but has a problem with joints, so that is also important for her. Now, in this, we don't have this British published text. Due to our version of the text, we can get acquainted with these statements. I would like to note there are several differences between the published version and our version. And the version published by Britta was corrected by the author. Probably in our case, that is a copy without any corrections or amendments. And the text is quite clean. This is the source that I would like to discuss, and that is rather interesting that we can first draw a conclusion about the dissemination of Hobbes' text outside Britain in the 18th century. We can supplement the published version of the text, thus to carry on the study of the text of that historical source. Thank you very much. Natalia Mikhailovna, Piotr Yurich, thank you for your wonderful presentation, very interesting material. Do you have any questions? Dear colleagues, no questions. Once again, I'd like to note that you are just on time. Thank you very much. Our next speakers about maritime heritage of Peter the Great, proportions of the elements of the ship, Admiralty Master Semyon Andreev, 1723, 1726. Maria Alexandra, please. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for the invitation. That is a great honor for our team to present the results of our discoveries and research. For the present-day conditions, I would like to note that the organizers managed to carry on such an extensive conferences despite all the restrictions and limitations. We'd like to congratulate with you for that, and thank you for the invitation once again. Our paper is dealing with maritime heritage of Peter the Great in the unknown notebook, the proportions of the elements of the ship by Admiralty Master Semyon Andreev. Next year, as you know, Russia celebrates one of the important dates of its history, 350th anniversary of the birth of Peter the Great, who was one of the outstanding figures in the history of Russia. The image of Peter the Great is related with the maritime glory of Russia, construction of the navy, access to the Baltic Sea, and marine reign at the Baltic later. So inseparable part of the cultural historical heritage of Peter the Great epoch is maritime heritage. Of utmost interest in the last years was focused on the development of the Russian shipbuilding at the turn of the 17th, 18th century. That is not only an interest for the researchers, but it has a practical application. You are well aware with the extensive project on construction of a copy of Poltava ship, 544-gun ship. The project participants not only recreated the ship but fill it with life. And you know, the Poltava takes part in many city celebration, and it has become another symbol of St. Petersburg. Allow me to depart from our research and scientific program and to demonstrate video that was presented by the press service of the historical shipyard of Poltava. Actually, this short video doesn't show the severe work that preceded the construction of the ship. That there is a complete absence of technical specifications for Poltava, description of its structural features, a full set of images, and decoration of the ship. When designing, there were serious difficulties. Shipbuilding specifications of Peter's time were presented as fragments. The project authors of the project of recreation of the ship had to reconstruct some elements of the ship structure, though Peter's navy and shipbuilding for 2 weeks are taken into account by the historian, ship modelists, and museum workers. Finally, it is not possible to answer some questions. What are the precise dimensions of Peter the Great's ships? How real dimensions differed from those shown in the drawings according to the general regulation? What was the life on the ship? What were the garments of the sailors? What were their exercises? Daily work with archived documents makes it possible to give answer to the questions. One of the largest storages of Peter the Great's documents is the Russian National Library. In its stock, there are a great number of the valuable materials concerning Peter's epoch and its reflection in science, culture, public consciousness, and subsequent epochs. That is a unique collection of the books published in Peter's times, engravings and maps. The colleagues described the collection of the Voltaire's library. Among all the collections of the Department of Manuscripts of the Russian National Library, the Department of Manuscript is probably a pearl of the collection. And since it is one of the largest collections of monuments of Russian book culture and archive documents, not only for the country but globally, the team of researchers at the manuscript department for many years has been working on analyzing the funds, revealing and attributing of the early unknown monuments, including those related with Peter's epoch. Last year, our team found a unique monument, a pocket book of the shipmaster compiled in 1723-26. It was in the collection of the manuscripts of the collectioner who was working at the Emperor's Public Library, Pavel Tikhanov. Together with his collection, it was received in the early 20th century by the manuscript department. That is a pocket format manuscript on 94 sheets with the manuscript by Semyon Andreev, master of the Admiralty, who was the alumna of Kozintsev. This is one of the known personal notebooks of shipmaster of Peter's time. Semyon Andreev had it, and there was an inscription on each papers. This book belongs to Semyon Andreev in 1723. I signed this book. That is an inscription is separated and under all sheets of the manuscript. Since there are fat traces, sometimes the inscription disappears, can be restored only hypothetically. Then on sheet 70, which you can see, there is a statement on 14th of July, 1726. Thus we can date this document, and 1723-26. Why this pocket book is interesting to the researcher? The monument has a complex structure and was supplemented by the owner for several years. It is important that is a real pocket book that was used by the master during the work at the Admiralty. It contains two shipbuilding regulations. The second coincides with that approved in 1725, proportions of ships and thickness of the timber. And first one of the working versions, instead of 54 gun rank, there is a 52 gun ship, and some dimensions differ. Besides, there are proportions against the ship fleet compiled in 1724 in proportion of the thickness of timbers of the bombarded ship. Thus, we can confirm the dating on the sheets of the manuscript. Proceeding from the dating of the regulations, we can determine the chronological frameworks as 1723-27. Of utmost interest is the presence of the table of symbols showing the ships. Probably these were given on elements when they were manufactured, and they could be put in place when the ship was assembled. You can see these designations that the master used a geometric figure, zodiac, and other symbols. These images were drawn on the wooden elements of the ship. Thus, the carpenters could know what was the procedure to assemble the elements. In addition to technical specifications, there are specific data on the dimensions of 66 gunships, Saint Natalia, in which the author participated, named after the mother of Peter the Great, Natalia Kirillovna. It was constructed at the Admiralty shipyard in 1719. It was proposed that it would participate in the final battles of the Northern War, but the Neustadt peace, concluded in 1724, postponed this construction that was finalized in 1727 when it was launched on water. The ship log of Semyon Andreev shows a whole set in development shipbuilding regulations, and its work was done throughout the first quarter of 18 when Peter the Great lived, and was finalized in the 30s of the 18th century. There are some drawings, essays created by the emperor and his associates and the well-known shipbuilders. John Dann, Richard Kozintsev, Osipov name, Fedosey Skляev. However, up to revealing this ship logbook, we didn't know the lower link of that process related to the practical use of the theoretical ideas of shipbuilding. One of the important issues of reconstructing military shipbuilding at the turn of 17th, 18th century was standardizing of the ships. It has several components. First, under what rank should the ships be classified? The rank was determined by the number of guns on the ship. For instance, 66 gun is Saint Natalia, 100 gun ship. What were the dimensions of the elements of the ship, of which rank to ensure the best operational characteristics? And thirdly, in what ratio between we should build the ships of a certain rank? The task was difficult because we had to take into account the real resources of timber, dimensions of timber logs, their quality, and to have waste-free production, because, as you know, the economic efficiency in the first half of the 18th century was quite important because of the Northern War and transformations by Peter the Great. For Peter the Great, the sample of organizing shipbuilding was the Netherlands. However, on acquaintance with the Dutch practices, it appeared that it is based exclusively on personal talents and gifts and qualities of certain masters, and the scientific base and clear regulations and standardizations were not in place. British experience was more advanced because at the end of 17th century there were attempts to standardize ship dimensions. The practical task was to develop the table of dimensions of shipbuilding elements. In columns, there would be the ranks of the ships, in lines, the dimensions and names of diamonds, and in cells, the dimension of each element for each ship. Thus, it was possible to improve shipbuilding by scientific procedure. On the basis of tests, amendments could be made to certain parts of the table, taking into account the interrelation of the elements. Peter the Great started work on the regulations in the early 20s of the 18th century. There were proposals of the leading shipmasters that were studied, combined, and analyzed, and the the emperor took part personally in that work, who edited that table. In the summer and spring of 1723, they developed the dimensions of the ships. There were 100 done, 68 and 60, 88, 66 and 54 gun ranks. According to historian Pavel Krotov, the inner logic of selecting these ranks was that on the lower deck from each board there were 14, 13, 12 and 11 guns. Thus, the size of the ship was determined for the place of guns on the lower deck. In 1724, Peter carried on the work on regulations and decided to rework the regulations. That was done by the time of death of the emperor, who made the latest amendments in January 1725. The specifications of the ships of the Peter the Great's time was not preserved. General information about the types and proportions of the ships are given in official regulations of the Admiralty that were preserved and kept at the archives. However, on the sheets of this manuscript, there are some proportions not reflected in the regulations that have been unknown up to now. The uniqueness of the book is also that this was a real working logbook, which the master had in his pocket, and he checked the dimension during construction. Some of the state writings were made at the shipyard. According to the condition of that pocket book, it was often used, and there are fat spots. We know the condition of the deformation of the pocket book, and based by the character of the writing and the manner of writing, we can really see that the entries were made during the work. That is also it is also possible to determine whether the real proportion of the ships differed from those that were covered by the official regulations. Presumably, the analysis of the data from that source using other additional materials is practically the only possibility to reconstruct the specifications of the main ships of Peter's navy. Until recently, the manuscript that was kept at our division for more than 100 years was not used by the researchers and was not displayed. 1 month ago, at the division of manuscripts of the Russian National Library, there was an exhibition victories confirmed by the military art. One of the pose of the exhibition was that pocket book of Semyon Andreev. It was first demonstrated not only in the showcases, but was also shown on TV on the first channel. And now I will show this video. No, it doesn't go. That's okay. So that newsreel showed that the first workbook was first demonstrated to the public at live. While preparing the anniversary for anniversary of Peter the Great, they discovered that source might be important for the scientific community and for St. Petersburg and those who are interested in maritime past of Russia. The logbook of Semyon Andreev is a unique document on shipbuilding industry of Russia under the reign of Peter the Great, and is further study and scientific publications. And our team has long debated how we should publish such complicated and non-presentable at first sight monument. We think while preparing it for publication, we had to recreate the image of the document at maximum and to make its content available for the readers and researchers. Thus, we think it would be logical to publish it in 3 components. First, facsimile publication of the documents with a maximum correspondence of all parameters to the original. Recreation not only of the image of the manuscripts, but the format of the book, such a type of paper and a leather cover, so the readers who will hold this publication should have a complete feeling that it belongs to Peter the Great's epoch and that he is holding just a document that is quite close to the original. The second component, publication of the book with complete transliteration of the text on modern paper and in modern fonts. And the sizes of the documents and the cover should be retained if possible. Thus, a modern reader will get acquainted with the contents of the document and at the same time will not make it a simplified version of publication when the outer look of the book would not be reproduced. And finally, the third component, since the document has a scientific
it's important to provide a description and define its importance. This article can be a separate book accompanying the artifact. And so all these components should be placed into one leather case, so as 3 volumes and exist altogether. They should not be separated from each other. Drawing conclusions, let me say that this vessel book was a very important discovery, and the research is another contribution into the examination and research dedicated to Peter's maritime legacy. So that's a unique artifact indeed. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you and all those who worked with you. Any questions? No questions. No. Yeah. Only the portrait of Tsarevich Alexei and the diary of the shipbuilder who worked on the Saint Natalia. You look at the tables with the real proportions of the vessel at the time when it was built. It was a pocket book. Most probably the shipmaster had it in the pocket, and maybe this exhibition is open to the visitors by subscription. Allow me to add, if you have your reader's card, you can really come to the library and have a look at the documents. No problem about that. The originals are not there, of course. And yes, the originals are replaced with the copies. Nonetheless, you can have a look at them. So there they are. Well, thank you. We are waiting for the book to be published. I have a question. I guess the classical way of interaction with the monument, you are planning it, how you are planning it, and so and so have you worked with other institutions on the heritage of Peter's time? Do you have any other projects on education and information dissemination? Well, thank you for the question. Now, since we are at the beginning of the road, so to speak, since we are just beginning to publish details of the monument, then these projects are just being planned. But we are contacting not only the archive of the Russian Navy that supports us with documents and with the stock of which we are working when rebuilding the circumstances of the book appearance and defining its place in the shipbuilding policy of Peter the Great. But we work together with Poltava shipyards and Yachting Club of St. Petersburg, and this partnership can make this project more interesting for the public at large, and I do hope that next year it's going to happen. I might be mistaken, but it seems to me that Ruslan Nikhai made a presentation in autumn about the model. I'm not sure whether it was the story of that particular vessel or not, but anyway, that was also Natalia. No, that was a different vessel. No, A few years later, Saint Natalia vessel was also built by the St. Petersburg Admiralty. Our ship was launched in 1727. In 1739 was dismantled, and that was the end of its story. Unfortunately, well, in the archives of the Naval Museum, we do not have any drawings for Saint Natalia that we are discussing at the moment. No. Well, thank you very much. The third presentation was by Evgeny Lechovitsky and Vrevskaya, but as far as I understood, unfortunately they're sick. So the organizers asked me to speak about paper. Because the presentation was dedicated to the technology of paper manufacturing in Peter's time. My presentation is close to it because I work on technological studies, and it concerns how we can study paper and carry out research work on paper of those days. So here we are. With methods typical of physics rather than chemistry. All those who worked with paper documents know that it's quite difficult to date the paper if there is a watermark. It's easier. You can take the collection of filigrees and find that particular mark there. If you don't have it, then the dating can be quite difficult. In our collection of the Russian Museum, there is a large number of different sketches in pencil or sometimes in pen, but on the pages without the water sign. And they are from 19th centuries. And so I would like to describe the methods which are applied in the museums and research centers and the way they provide us with new tools. And so there are certain methods that might give the result, and there are other methods that do not work. If we look at paper, then what is it? We have the fiber it's made of. It can be pulp. It can be lax, hemp, and of course there was some binding material, usually animal glues, paraffin, resin, or maybe synthetic materials these days. And we add mixtures. We should not forget those, because they are very important components, but percentage-wise quite limited, 7 to 10% of the paper mass. Now, if all these three big components are well described, then we know the answers to the questions. But the researchers very often forget that there are extra factors that are associated with paper manufacturing. First of all, it's water that is used in the process. And as it has been proven, water from different rivers and lakes differs in the mineral content. And of course, this has an impact on paper. Then equipment can be different. It was with the mesh for the paper to be, for the sheet of paper to be made, can be silver, filigree, synthetic these days, iron, or it can be some sort of coated wire. The instruments for meshing, then the reservoirs, which can be in copper, in iron, or whatever, with zinc covering. And if the paper was used for engraving, that's again a different story. All this adds extra components to the paper as such. Well, this needs to be considered. So there are two major methods of for research work. One is classical. It's optical and electronic. Most of you are familiar with it. With the use of microscopes, the archives, the libraries use that. Digital methods available to most of the specialists: infrared spectrum, UV, beta radiography, and so on. Some other more exotic methods. Why do we use optical and electronic methods? We define the type of the material of the mesh, the metric characteristics, and depending on that, many of the specialists can say whether this paper is of that century or of some other century, and they can how badly the mesh had been damaged. We can see the watermark. We can define what the structure structure of the fiber is, and sometimes the admixtures are also there. Microscopes. Now, with your own eyes, you can see a lot of things, and for specialists, that's a very good source of information. Then, the microscope can be easily used just on a table, and you can examine large size pieces, manuscripts or paper sheets, and there is no problem with the size and the shape. That makes microscopes convenient, and you get a lot of information through your eyes. You don't have to process this information. It's right there in front of you. Here, as even with small amplification, you can see some small toe on the paper. Most probably, this paper is Dutch, the second part of the 17th century, maybe English, the end of the 18th century, beginning of the 19th century. Smolts cannot be mixed up with anything else, so it's like very glass-like pieces, like sapphires in paper. Why did they add it? In order to make the paper whiter, because blue in small quantities makes paper lighter in color. Others say it was in order to overcome the problem of rodents with because smalt contains arsenic and well, in relatively large numbers, so this particular variant has the right to exist. And other inclusions, even with some small amplification, you can see there's different fibers, colored fibers, and looking at different pages and sheets, you can see whether they're close to each other or far away from each other visually. Then there is another method, the confocal method. We can look at the three-dimensional aspect of the paper. The forensic experts are using that, and specialists who work on the manuscripts also use this particular method, because we're creating a three-dimensional structure, and thus we're able to see what is above and what is lower. That is important for the correspondence archives. Sometimes just with the microscope you cannot see what comes before of the other layers. And X-ray flat panel detectors, that's so easy when they do in outpatient clinics, in the dentist labs, and sometimes in the museums. With paper, it is not so easy to work, because X-ray, that's too hard a method for paper. Sometimes we use it in order to see the water signs on the paper on a thick underlayer, like cardboard. And if you are just trying to look through, you cannot see anything, because that underlayer prevents it. But with X-ray and with the proper detector, you can see much more. You can see this paper is from Yaroslavl, and the water print here makes it possible to date it properly. Visually, it's very difficult to define all of that. Then there is an interesting other method. We worked with ITMO on that, on optical and coherent tomography. And now we try to understand if we could see the distribution of the admixture within the sheet. As any tomography, the optical coherent dimension provides us with a three-dimensional structure. So paper is light enough, it's not thick, and so we can get all the layer by layer structure and look at all these layers one after another. Unfortunately, the resolution obtained about 8 to 9 years ago was not good enough for us, and we were not able to see what we wanted to see. So we were able to see these three-dimensional samples, and we could look at the layers. But then we found another application for the method. We took a sheet with the certain numbers on the reverse side, and when cutting it and looking at the layers, we were able to see what was there on the reverse side of the sheet. If this particular sheet is glued to some underlay and you cannot see what there is underneath, maybe there are stamps or seals, or maybe there is some sort of a signature. This particular approach makes it possible to see what there is underneath. That's interesting enough. For luminescence, restorers are using this particular method quite often. It's not that good for the dating of the paper, but in order to see better certain deficiencies of the paper, you can use it. We can see the traces of glue. For restorers, it's important, and for the researchers, well, I know it's interesting, but just interesting. There's nothing in that. Then the second type is spectrometric. And contrary to the optical methods, these methods have one specific detail. When we speak about the optics, microscopes, and looking at the infrared or UV, we're relying on our knowledge, and this is a subjective type of analysis, because one specialist might say that he sees something there, but the other one disagrees, and then there is a discussion following, which does not always turn into something that positive, and doesn't always gives us truth. Spectrometric methods are more objective, and then when you get the real understanding of the structure, then you can have a discussion whether it was possible for this particular period of time or not. And here are some methods used in the libraries and the museums. I'm going to speak about them, but without any detail. Laser LIBS method makes it possible to get a very large range of documents from hydrogen and nitrogen, but the instruments are quite mobile. You can easily move them from room to room, and on the screen you can see right away what you have found. What is negative? You get craters on the surface. And here is what we have on the surface. If we shoot at the paper, then you will find holes. And that means if we want to take measurement in several parts of the sheet, we might have 10 to 20 of those. The conservators in the museums, the libraries, would not agree to see their papers with these particular holes. No, this method is a destructive method, so it's not that good. Moreover, it's a high level of localization. So that means here you know what the composition is, but next to it the composition might be different, because paper with you turns into a sort of a jelly material with all sorts of things floating there, like potatoes and carrots. And if you do not hit the carrots here, maybe you miss the carrots at all. So you should use the methods that make it possible for you to cover a larger area, and this particular method provides you with a very localized result, which is not always possible to treat in a proper way. And then the I-key method, the Fourier method, is quite often used in order to understand what's used as a binding material, whether it is animal glues or some other glues, the type of the filling material or the admixture, and the pigments can also
go within the paper. It might be very interesting. This method has its own disadvantages, and that is for taking measurements. We press the edge of the sheet to the diamond, and we take measurements. So on the sheet we have this situation. We can ask the restorers to restore the paper so that it would look normal. If we have a rather small and valuable sample, for instance, manuscript such, circles would not add any artistic value to it. So therefore, we have to realize that if we are young and poor, will have such defects in the paper sheet. It is rather difficult to interpret the spectra. You need an expert. That method shows everything that is printed on the surface of the sheet. Because the paper sheet is glued and there is a certain filler, it is most likely a layer like a jelly with different elements inside. So the surface methods are also not quite good for us. The same Raman spectroscopy is, which is parallel to the previous method. It mostly requires a certain camera where we should put a sheet of paper. Then we get a spectrum which the expert would decipher, but the layman would not understand. It will just see the cellulose and nothing more. There are portable instruments, a small box that allows to quickly get the information. And many experts are trying to determine paper degradation using that technique. Sometimes they succeed, sometimes not. For each specific case, we have to analyze whether this is applicable. We might analyze lignin situation or some fillers and fibers. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'll show the example of whether it is operational or not. Similar to disadvantage in the previous method, it is rather difficult to distribute that sheet within that camera of the device. There is a powerful laser. If you haven't calculated this power, there will be a hole in the paper and it will burn the paper and some other technical characteristic. Electronic microscopy that has become quite fashionable. We have a magnification that is not comparable with the optic microscopes. Commonly that is 100 or 200 fold, and here it is 10 or 15,000 fold. You reach the structure of the fiber and you can see a lot. The fiber is in front of your eyes, and you can determine the filler and all the inclusions, some fibers. You approach it and you can see what happens inside the fiber. It might seem that the technique is quite adequate, but this is the disadvantage. Since that method is also superficial, to know what is inside the paper sheet, I asked the forensic specialist, you just make an oblique section and thus imagine that you have a set of documents at the library and it is cut by oblique cuts to conduct electronic microscopy. For some things, probably it is possible, but most likely there is no such possibility at the museums, libraries, or archives. Besides, you are working under conditions of high vacuum. What would be the behavior of the manuscript in the camera when the air is compressed? Probably it will form such a pipe and you won't be able to improve it. So these surface methods not only show what is under the outer layer. The most interesting technique that is used in the Russian National Library, my colleagues have recently started using it. We are also using that is immune and fluorescent analysis. You determine the composition of the filler and its inclusions. There is a vacuum. It is not destructive. You shouldn't take any sample. No holes are made. It determines the mass of elements and interprets the results. Even a person who is not a physicist or spectrometrist can determine the results, and it can be also portable. These small pistols that can operate for 8 or 9 hours, and you can get the information on the sheet. As an example, I would like to show, probably the experts working at these two water science would say that that's Baryshnikov's factory, but you can see the difference in the net and how closely in the net the lines are located. These are quite different sheets. If it were not for the coat of arms, we might say that the paper was produced by different factories. But as to the composition, in principle, the composition of the filler is similar. There is just a difference in iron. They use the same devices and the same water and the same filler. Therefore, it couldn't be otherwise. If we take Alhina and Baryshnikov factories of the same time, in the 10th, but they were produced on different equipment. As to potassium, there is a difference, a fourfold difference, the same for calcium and the same for sulfur and so on. So these other fillers and other devices and different production technology. As to the disadvantages of the method that would seem to be ideal, it is difficult to determine light elements. If you have a duplicated sheet on the base, there are some methodologies, but that are not so simple, though it is possible. And finally, I would like to give a brief example how you can be mistaken using rather state-of-the-art methods in dating and interpretation of paper sheets. I have taken 3 white sheets from our collection with water signs. Presumably, there are no such signs. They have similar parameters of the net. According to Verger and Tuzot, they look quite similar visually. And we are trying to study them using the methods that I have presented. We take them and apply infrared spectroscopy. There are 2 or 3 superimposed spectra. It is not easy to find the differences. If we use that methodology at the museum, we say that these are 3 sheets of paper of the same factory. The spectra have coincided. Probably you have Raman spectroscopy, and let us then check it with Raman spectroscopy, and you get 3 spectra superimposed on each other with minimum differences. That is due to different necks, but that is the same. When you're looking at the spectra of X-ray fluorescent analyzers, the composition of the field differ drastically. Green paper, there are no elements, and red and blue differ by the concentration, many elements 2 or 3-fold, because that is in English, Dutch, and Russian paper of the same time period. Thus, the technological studies are quite interesting and important for our work, but we should treat them carefully. And we have to check ourselves and to approach it with a careful attitude, attracting experts or probably getting certain education ourselves. Thank you very much for your attention. My apologies for loading you with such technical details, but that is quite important and useful. If you have such a task, you will always know that you can involve an expert working at the research institutions such as ITMO University, in the Russian Museum, National Library, Hermitage. Such investigations are carried out, and the experts know the bottlenecks of this work, including work with paper. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Sergei Vladimirovich. We complete our session today, and all those who have got enlisted for the sightseeing can go to the foyer, and they will form a group, and you'll go to St. Paul's Cathedral. Peter and Paul's Cathedral. We start our session at 11 tomorrow. The first session will be dealing with architectural objects of the 18th century, and the second part will focus on painting and applied arts and specific methods that are used for their studies and restoration. If there are no questions, thank you very much for attention, for your participation. See you tomorrow. Thank you.